what up, everybody? Welcome back to Black Ram GX Gaming. We're here. We're live. We're playing more of the Forgotten City, which was a really intriguing game yesterday. It's been a lot of fun. I'm very interested to see what's been going on. We've done a lot of the setup work, talking to everybody, getting all of our tasks layered up. So it's time to start knocking those out one by one and start unraveling some of the mysteries here. So it should be a pretty good, pretty exciting episode. Sadie, I see you. Thank you for being first. Cheers. Thank you for the like, the shares, and the 50 stars. Cheers. Appreciate you. So yeah, if it's your first time watching, even after the stream is over, please drop a like, drop a follow, comment if you will. I'll probably see it. And if you want to, drop a share. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Check out the YouTube, our Instagram, our TikTok. We got tons of cool videos out there. So however you get your short clips, we're there. Check it out. All right. And if you're not sure where to find those, if you just click the little see more where there's some information, should say, what does it start with? Happy New Year's or something like that. Scroll down, you'll see it all down there. So, let's get to it. I've been thinking about this game all day. Had to upload the clip yesterday if anyone was watching where we explained a meme to the ancient Roman priestess. The one you call Karen. Uber funny. Okay, so we just saved. Let's take a crack at seeing if we can get this guy to stand down.
Right there. Thank you for your service to the Empire. I'll let.
Alright, I should probably follow him. Right? I want to know what's in that bathhouse or shrine or whatever, but I'm curious what event's gonna happen here. Oh, I see what my play was.
Filthy, lying degenerate. By order of Emperor Nero, all loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quintius Crispus, a citizen of the Aventine district of Rome. He is about 40 to 50 years old. He is average height, average build, has dark hair, and has one green eye and one blue eye. He is typically clean-shaven. He is a known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Oh. Well, we've seen somebody with a green and blue eye. I think that was like Morbius or whatever his name is. Malleus. Malleus, yes. I knew it started with an M. So it wasn't technically murder since he walked in on his own. Okay. Okay. Knock him in, knock him in. Can't. Oh, I see what that person's doing. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Now we can go kill the guy underneath.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
Huh. That's what you think. Oh, I have an illegal weapon. That's got to be painfully obvious to everybody. Okay. Does it change anything now that he's dead? I don't think so. I think it makes legitimately no difference. How would you ever get into there? There must be some other utensil I'm missing, eh? Because they perfectly got this built in a way you're not gonna get around. Well, that wasn't too bad. I feel like I forgot the golden rule immediately because I was just thinking, what would happen if I turned the bow on everybody else? Oh yeah, we would all die. Okay, so let's see what quest we should do here. Wait, whoops.
Well, I'm glad that put the flashlight away. I thought that I was about to just pull my bow out and someone was going to rat me out and it was going to be game over.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? Yes. I also had such an encounter. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need to keep asking people. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you... Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. I see. So, it's from Galerius, then? Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle, secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so. Come back to me.
Hello? Hello? My name's... Gold? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said, if anything, he gave me this key and made... All I remember is he said, now nobody looks after me. Bye-bye.
Ave.
Opius. I guess I'd have to go back in time to bring him back. Search Scintilla's room.
How'd you do? You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't... No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for it, but I would like to propose a... Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet...
And yet...
I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella, Aesop. The goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. One could use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking... And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us... Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you in? Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on... Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar? No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow, and it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking... Oh, gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures now. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence, I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're... When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Yes.
So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over... This is a quality weapon. And here we are. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can. It's just at the end of the street on the left. Ma-
It's like insect noises, but there's no insects. Scratch that. Unaffected. How exactly am I supposed to do this?
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, it's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and
I didn't feel good about any of this, but here we
I
are.
do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own. I would reconsider my position quickly if I would, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And they can be... You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But I always wondered, let's find out if they were...
Thanks for the hint, buddy. So...
I just wondered, since we're talking about goose eggs, and I happen to have goose eggs. I was meant to shoot him first. The algae. Can I shoot the algae and it'll turn to gold? No way. Probably do that to the vines too. This is probably the thing I've been waiting for. To be able to do everything. The scroll. Oh, the scroll.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster. My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two.
That is fascinating, ain't it? Well, I'm glad the first thing I did was go after the bow. This seems like a pivotal moment. Now I'm in the palace. Turned into one of those things. See ya! She got launched. Seems like a dangerous ass place, so definitely no way she lived. The chick who broke into here. Okay, so she's definitely alive. I'm wrong. And she doesn't think I'm supposed to be here. Whoa. Okay, that was a lot of them. Things were getting weird. This game got a little action to it, making it a lot more fun. They're called peeled statues. It's kind of gross. So for some reason they didn't turn fully gold. Kind of wasted that shot, huh?
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges.
Hey, Kayla, thank you for the like. Cheers.
Away into
How are you doing?
abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I had ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place.
Hello. Oh. Hey, Samuel. What's happening? Thank you for the like. Cheers. So far, I broke into the palace, and I'm finding some of these statues are called peeled statues. They're half statue, half flesh. They're in a lot of pain. Oh. And they just attack you until you put them out of their misery. Now, one person came in here and locked themselves in, so we were searching for them. And by God, I think we found them. Well, we gotta put these people out. Oh! And we went through a process of getting the bow by tricking the assassin to go into the collapsible shrine. taking his bow. Then the tricky guy convinced me to go in the shrine where there was a golden bow. And swapping out the assassin's bow with the real one, which allows me to turn anything to gold. Then he locked me in. Oh! And somehow ended up in the palace. So we made major moves right away. Apparently shooting the algae on the floor turns it to gold. Well, just everything, I guess. And if they're standing in the water or algae or whatever you turn to gold, they turn to gold. Oh, that looked like a big quint pouch, but it wasn't.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman.
Holy shit.
After the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery.
So it seems like headshots get him instantly. Anywhere else, too.
So rigid, it must be some kind of alloy. Was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden seal, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning their souls did not care about their suffering at all. I not forsaken, undeterred, pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength in those sharp metal talons. This was my thirst for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Diodami to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiments, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued,
So this chick's about to be pissed off at me.
her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly.
That I've killed all of her subjects.
Experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still,
Oh,
as much
gross.
as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me.
She's trying to
whole
save her sibling.
in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken cliff.
Oh.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And, worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace.
Crazy
for her.
bitch.
And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't... What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo... But if you're lying to me, I'll break the... At least we'll all be golden together. You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Thank you?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
That's a good start.
I swear I will never harm her again. I'll stay here to keep her company. I fear the only one capable of releasing them. In any case, the treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the... Go.
Crazy bitch. Let's get out of here. 99999. I think it was just a safe way to step down. That's all. Oh, okay, I'll go back. I guess if you don't have the little whirly gig, that's how you would get down. Since I had it, I might as well have used it.
Such a bright light. Apollo is powerful here. Is he feeling all right? You made it into the palace. Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow up. Thank you. I wish. Just... I'm tired. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of... So I waited for the right time to take what was mine. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious... I could barely see for the smoke. And the streets were full of people trampling each other. The next thing I remember, It's all right. Say what you will about this. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to... Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any kind of strange... But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So, I suppose praying to... Gladly. A sit but snake... Absolutely not. That's a...
Oh, Jesus. I didn't even notice that statue before.
Sorry, was there something you... You mean my life? Our father found it was a good life for a while. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of... But they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed every... My employer told me to grab what valuable... I remember diving into the river and then... Thank you. But to be honest... Alright.
I was just gonna say, I noticed that everyone seemed to have money, and they dived into the river for money.
Oh. And did you know? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of it's as I feared. I think Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the... And did you happen to catch... I see. Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd... But don't follow too closely. We can't...
Yeah. Doing all this following is tough work. So anyway, what I was saying is you do not need your hands to game. They've got this new handsless gaming coming out. You can use your mind. Hey, what's going on, Levon? Thank you very much for the like. Cheers. autopilot, maybe. Either way, it's pretty nice. Cheers. It didn't work out that well. Sent me right into the lake. Samuel Anderson. What's tonight's game about? The same game we were playing last night. So you wake up and you don't really know what's going on along the side of a river. Somebody says they pulled you out of it. Said that their friend went into these ruins behind you, and you're in Italy. Roman ruins. So you go in this cave, you fall way down, and you find this ancient Roman little civilization in the mountains. With all these gold statues everywhere like this, you have no idea what's going on. And you go up to a shrine, and it's a portal that takes you to the past. So we're, I don't know, probably in like 100 AD or something like that. And all these people are stuck here, ended up here in the same way. And there's something called the Golden Rule, which is basically no stealing, no killing, no harming other people. And if any one person in the whole city breaks this rule, it invokes the god's wrath, and all these golden statues appear and literally kill everybody. If this happens, you have a possibility where the magistrate, the guy who's in charge of the city, will run back to the portal you came from originally, say some magic words, and he basically knows that he'll die. He dissolves in nothing but bones, and you have a chance to go back and repeat the same day over again. So for random different reasons, I've had to repeat the same day over and over and over again, but every time I do it, it gives my character new dialogue options to just say, all right, we've already had this conversation, I need you to do this, this, and this. And then they just go and do it and help you, and it speeds you along through it. So it's an interesting concept of having to constantly repeat the day to try to prevent the actions, because apparently on this particular day, somebody in the city breaks the golden rule, everybody turns to gold, and the theory is that if you can create a paradox where nobody breaks the golden rule and then nobody dies here, then you will never have been sent back to the past in the first place, and you'll get sent back to the future. It's a wild, wild ride. So, so far it's interesting. There's a lot of mystery. I don't know what's going on completely, but it's fun.
It's a little hard to make out in this light.
Also, not waking up knowing where you are. Same. That's awesome. It happens.
Waking up by a river in a forest.
I've been there.
Find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was Charon.
Sharon.
As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
Oh.
Charon, who in exchange for the right coin helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx.
So we're all
River
dead,
that separates
perhaps.
The land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry, my friend. I'm
So we're all dead.
Sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their
That
lives
explains a lot.
after all.
Everyone
Perhaps we should be
was
grateful
running
they
away
didn't
from a
run
giant
over
fire in
their
Rome
moments. It also
and basically
tells us
drowned in the
that
river.
The Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll
Kidding,
try
of course.
to answer them.
Sure, Samuel, sure. Well, that's cool. That makes a lot of sense. Although, I thought it'd be a Greek god? I don't know the difference. What Sharon is. Karen. Because originally there were Greeks here before the Romans.
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involve the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank
So it
of
is
the
Greek.
river.
Okay.
It was said that he'd helped the new arrival cross.
These are all
only
Greek
if they could
philosophers.
pay him with a coin, an obol.
At least some of them.
That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kamut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question.
I assume it won't happen till the
In
end.
stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment, but that never made any sense to me. What does an aim? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us, and that might No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate.
We do have a
So
spirit
it seems
guide.
You have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own time.
I'm gonna say it as much as I can.
It's a reasonable question.
Pluto,
but the
Pluto,
problem
Pluto,
is,
Pluto, Pluto.
This place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from?
Yes.
That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the golden rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
I feel like that's an unfair assessment.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, so, if you want to confront, who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the Great Temple. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing, if you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine it's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the Great Temple. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is... However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk. It would have had the god's name engraved into it. And there's only one group of people I know of. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one. They've been known to start fires. As if I were
So we know who that is.
I'd go looking for them. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps if you could... I don't
Secret
know.
shrine, okay.
But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, it's said, the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how
We got
to
a chance.
communicate with her without being noticed by her captor. Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as much. Can you tell me more? Is it the same? Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in... Tell me, has she told you anything? That is strange. There are no rivers here. Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the Great Temple is locked up. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if... Let me know if... Alright, as for Livy... In any case, time is... May Fortuna guide you.
Okay, well, that was a lot to figure out.
I wonder what other treasures we can find with the golden bow. Huh, there's someone locked in there. I wonder what's their story.
The many shall suffer
Oh!
for the sins of the one.
Need to get out, need to get out, need to get out, need to get out. Oh, this is a dead end. Oh god, they're all looking at me. Ow, 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 ow. Bad news. Broke the golden rule. I picked up a piece of bread. Good news. I can maybe save 1 or 2 people's lives that were dead. I don't know how much I have to repeat.
Mind telling me? Oh. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. Yulia? Oh no. I'll go.
Oh, you're not like. What was that? Let's just. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they. The one word I kept hearing was. Van. All right.
Oh, Sam, thank you for the shares. Cheers. Appreciate you. What's going down? It's nice that the game doesn't make you repeat too many events. Like, there's a solid point where the game just allows you to kind of skip around. Oh, big money. And it seems like when you use items, you don't really ever use it. The money seems to be basically useless, except for a couple situations where you could pay 1,000 coins.
again, friend. I went and did as you asked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Well, let me tell you, I'm Tom Cruise.
Oh, come on. I just did it. You're a Sisyphus. Oh. Yeah. Any now. Oh. Salve again. Now. What? How did you know? Oh, I see. We talked. Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life.
See, I already did the flower thing, and it was just like, by the way, I did the flower thing, and here's what happens.
I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps.
What rock tunnel? There's rock tunnels everywhere.
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but from what I hear, Malio, maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, and how could, well, if you can do. All right, friend.
Name's Wolfies. What beast? Willow bark. And this will work? Finally, some relief. I've been in. It was too much. Started met. I owe. Meliodas. No. Fine. No idea what you... I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right again. Oh, and here. You didn't get... So you...
Well, that's how I get in there. Nice. Yeah, let's stop the suicide. That'll give us one more person. Oh, the door's magically still locked. Shenanigans.
Salve, friend. Welcome to life under the god. All right, well, it was like.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
no. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think?
I know things are hard. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could...
I'm sorry, but I...
Please, help him. Thank you.
You know about that? Well, you don't understand. It's too late for that. If I backed out now, I'd be... Oh, really? But we're still in
That
debt
changes
bondage
things
to
a
that
little bit.
monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of us. Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then. You'd do that for us. It seems today... Thank you, friend. Thank you. I'll go and pay off. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. Ah. And then Scintilla and I were in love. And then... Alright. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof. And that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And then she looked up and saw me and... she smiled. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, and so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb, we'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. All I could do was keep my head down. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. All I know is she loved me. And if she'd never have taken her own life. And there's no... I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear... Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want... My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is... I have no idea where he'd be keeping her. But there is one route I've never seen.
There is someone
inside
crying
of it.
upstairs in that villa.
And I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the golden rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Let me know what you discover. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
What you did was extraordinary, and here in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the... I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tyne, but long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its... Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires... We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people. And the scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. I woke up by the river, near that Oh, that's all right. Oh, we were a scuffle. If you... I'm afraid not. I don't put a lot of... If that doesn't work... I hope it works. The many... I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours, but on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is... And that's where I get stuck. You don't think that's a little naive? Innocent men and women, torn... If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly. Please keep that to yourself. There was a terrible fire in Rome last... Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good... you're doing is disgusting. Even if I had seen it. Ah.
So, good old blackmail didn't work. I don't know if I can make that jump anymore without him making his suicide fall. Because he falls through and creates a nice little pool for you. Hmm. I think there might be some more secrets around here, that's why I'm back. Over here. Got just a few other things to check out here quick. So this is the fortune he mentioned. Looks like it's the only way in. I feel like you'd have to disrupt the golden rule.
Cerberus lifts his triple head.
Then when it
lets
moves,
out his threefold graying.
you can get it.
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts, but it... Say it. Then it... I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I had to tell myself it was true. Oh, I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came. I will... There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal youth. The sluggish Styx exhales. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place... There the bloodless shadows wander. Others follow their trades. I hope I have... And now we share a secret. It's as...
Okay, so we're good. Also, I'm gonna save just to test my theory. Whoa, I can turn anyone to gold and it doesn't
The many shall suffer.
matter. It totally
the
matters.
sins of the one.
Holy donkeys. He wasn't kidding about it being a fortune. 4,000 some in there? So, okay. So that does seem like the only way in.
Shalom. You mean where am I? But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my name. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Every road leading out of Rome was several hours down the Appian Way. I saw another I can only assume they got the bet.
Honestly, I don't care about these stories because I know exactly what they all lead to.
I don't. Well, obliging, he replied, of course. Thanks. All right, friend.
Might as well get this treasure again. Gotta make up some of that money that we spent on freeing the slaves there. Must have been Octavia I saw in here. Okay, so we should search Santilla's room and show the pendant to her sister. Oh wait, sorry, I want to see if there's anything else in these caves I overlooked when I was scrambling through them. I see, so I can sneak into the Christian vault this way. Christian shrine. That's interesting. I thought there was some vines in here that I was almost definitely missing.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern.
So this Kabash guy, he's got a room somewhere around here.
think. Well, that note was one of the first ones I read. Makes a lot more sense now. Okay. There's one last place I can think of that I really want to check with the vines. Being able to turn everything to gold.
How come you're allowed a weapon? Malleolus is... The name. Why? Whatever.
Oh, hello. So that's how we can get into there.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the system?
Oh, I am, mate.
Good.
Alright, now he's taken care of. We can move on over here. Nice.
So you survived the system.
Citizen.
Okay, before I go searching through stuff, better save. I mean, it's not a big room, and there's literally nothing here. Besides some denarii that I can't steal.
wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians. Oh. Oh no. That's Centilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the system? A skeleton? What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it... What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Centilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? But who? Who could have... That is an extremely serious accusation. So this is... I've heard enough. I won't have kindly keep your...
There's just nothing here to look through. I gotta pick up literally everything. I'm just not gonna do that though. Oh?
Let me grieve my...
We're fine. We have... Is that a... Seems rather... I think it's best if... You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access? I'm sorry, but that is... And I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for might, after all this, be you. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part to place the... I doubt that very much, since I'll be keeping the key around my neck at all times from now on. But in any case... Ask then. Good. Now... Thank you.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What business? Ah. Well, I'm not exactly happy about it. But what would be the point of getting upset? I'm just thinking of how I'm gonna tell her father. Thanks. All right?
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of Thank you. Thank you.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise. Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have worked well. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than... And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have... Well, I am not suffering from any delusion. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, what's... You mean the children... Where? The... I disagree. I'll be guided... True? I'm Malleus. I'm glad you are. The... Why would... You fool.
The many.
Okay, so the mere threat of killing him. No bueno. Oh, whoops. I thought it was loading because my controller was shaking. Oh, not the case.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens.
So he's definitely in there. How do we get in? So they both wrote suicide notes. Man. I just don't know how to get up there.
Did you just... Well... My name... You... That's quite... I trust you through...
Ah. The fool, he just tells me where the key is. Hello.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Claudia. It's just his wife.
Talk. What business could you... My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make... You know, I may have the very thing... Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back. But wait. To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his... You must think me quite mad.
Domitius, come quickly.
Do I need to call Domitius?
Okay. Let's just
Protect me.
try this again.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I haven't been turned to gold yet, so I wondered if it was an achievement. I just won't tell her that I plan to ruin...
Through the door this time? There's a key just beside it.
That I want to ruin him being magistrate. Since apparently she doesn't mind being locked up and still caring for him enough to not ruin his dreams.
Talk. I think it's about to be preferably the way you came in. I think a better I have quite... My marital affairs are no... But... Oh, aren't you charming?
Yes, thank you.
I'm quite sure my husband would see with impotent rage if he overheard you say, it seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the... But first, I want you to bring me some wine. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what... Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, he said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry. And if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expel... I am... You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. So...
I got like 4 urns.
Thank you. Here's the letter. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... Give me that immediately. What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. Mate.
I'll be going now.
Curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk. This is outrageous.
Ugh.
At him now.
You again. Are you insane? Why would I... So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... So... Oh, so much work and money. Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release the... There. You got what you wanted. Now...
Well, apparently I just gave them $2 grand for nothing.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Oh, she's on it.
Citizen.
Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
There he is.
Salve again? No. He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I'll let Equity... All right, friend.
Ulpius, stop.
Shalom. Really? I was sure he was hiding. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get it, the only other place she... I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask... A skeleton. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Sentius. Galerius, the farmer. All right, friend.
All right, so there's like, what, 8 men.
Sentius.
Salve.
No.
My friend. I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even this... Please, let us leave the live coals safe. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors. Each day, I leave offerings of food, in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when I return... I ask? Who? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay...
Oh, see the guy in the basement and the way underground, maybe?
It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the back.
Ah, it is.
I do not... But you... Hey! Ah! And in a city full of Romans you are asking, my name is Georgios, yes. But they do this all the time. They see I am flattered. At first I pull my hair out. After a while... But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the stick. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other. He cannot help it. Like a typical Rom. And besides, it makes him happy. Galerius. But of course, I hope...
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth. Hello there, friend. Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun? Centius, yeah? And what's... Certainly. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
So that's 2 votes.
So you survived the cistern. Whatever.
Yeah, he's can't vote because he's in it.
Still here.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna vote either. So let me think. So we got Decius. Man, I don't know who the hell any of these people are. I can think of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's not many guys here. I think I've got them all.
So, oh, and now. All right.
There's just one I can think of that I haven't talked to, and that's Sentius's bodyguard. Which, you know, how are we gonna flip him?
Citizen?
She won't talk to me, probably.
Let me...
So I need to get in the upper cistern. Dooley seems to be the only way. Why won't you vote for
Shut up.
the right person?
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus. Galerius, the farm.
He's more useful as a
Really?
farmer. That's rich.
All right, friend.
What in the banana cream pie? Oh. Okay, he's over here.
Citizen. No idea. It's the rheumatism. I know. I'll leave him alone from now. I'm going to go and clean up.
Oh, Virgil. I forgot to talk to Virgil.
Sometimes I stare at the great... and I hear we have you to thank for saving you. What demon or spirit? You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? Poor fellow. I've... Really? That... Well... Sentius seems to know what he's doing. My vote isn't for... Nice to talk.
So it seems like Sentius will for sure win. So there's also a creative way into the upper cistern. If not getting the key from Dooley. I don't know what the creative way could possibly be. That is a task.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? It's shiny. But... like... Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque. Bye-bye.
Don't you just love springtime?
No. Okay. So I think we can get one of the plaques down here.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. It's tell. Ah, yes. I will tell you everything I know. The one thing I long for above all. Let us find. Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Now, will you join? Wonderful. Would you say you know the difference between... and to what extent? So, that is quite sensible. I'm reminded of something Socrates. Better to know that you know nothing, than to know nothing. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little. In the broadest, you
You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistake. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still but under the golden rule, morality matters. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct? Which you... Let me get. Ah, so you think of all the thousands of competing morality systems that exist. All of them would... And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to check. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule.
You got a point.
This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs, and life under... I'm glad. In any case, thank you for humoring. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but... I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in it. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Canon. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let... I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our... They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto. But long before that, my generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid... I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that he's I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, I'm afraid I am the only one left. Some from malnutrition, others from... It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not... Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments. Like... As you would. Huh. Did we not discuss it? I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your... Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once in... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off, and the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to... They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque. We had no idea until years later. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, but somebody had gone to... Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian... You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on. I think it is best you head through the catacomb. There are certain things you take this key. I enjoyed... Ah, you've returned.
So that's just like a quick way out. Okay. Ochre. It turned a portion of them gold. Oh. I knew that was gonna happen. These peeled people are everywhere. That feels like the right way, so let's check out over here. Oh, this is pretty cool. So before Pluto and Hades, it was Anubis. Okay, not missing anything else here then? I hope. Kabash, my friend.
Stop. Do not come any
He's got a
closer.
bow.
Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman. Trousers, boots. Curious here. That is welcome news. I was planning to return it myself. Here, take it. Now. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit. And there it was. You may not. In fact, because it speaks a treachery, I will tell you. But first, do you know? It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. As Egypt declined, and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Canon. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and it is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. It would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris. You will never. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. Now, the thing of... I am from... Since the Romans had taken... When the fires broke out last year, I tried to head on my... It did... This... I think... Do it as... I do not know. All I... Is everyone's... Good way. You would plunge into the depth.
Kind of a dick. Yes, you can have this one. But you cannot have this one because I'm a son of a bitch. Sumerian, okay, that's what I thought. It's like, well, there's no other older great civilization. Oh yeah, you can see there's Sumerian. Sumerian's got to be the most interesting ancient civilization. There's just so little known about him. Oh! Oh! That hurt real bad. I kind of thought I could squeeze through and just be barely out of the way. Maybe I was. Maybe that's why I didn't die. But, that still sucks.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise.
Oh, what a
You
son of a
will
bitch.
die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, why should I let you? Then you admit it. You with many of my ancestors endured. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves in. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained. Our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all. I am not sure I follow. Perhaps there is some... You are very well. I will let you... I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations.
So he knew a way out of here the whole time. Could have just put a kibosh to this whole thing. Gave me the plaque. That's a kibosh pun. Well, that whole thing was very interesting. Very interesting. See, Sumerians built a civilization below, the Egyptians on top of them, the Greeks on top of them, and the Romans fixed everything to be Roman.
You carry the gift of Prometheus. Good to see you. I enjoy it.
Okay. Okay. So it's almost sunset. It hasn't taken place yet. Let me think. He's gonna vote for Sentius. I got 2 votes here for my main man. Sentius, 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 out, out, out. So I need to be able to flip one person.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons.
Not just flouting it, straight up ignoring it.
Let me grieve my sister.
Here you go.
Well, isn't that
Now.
an impressive trinket?
Not that it's any of your business.
So I can't flip him.
I've never seen a lump like that.
So that means there's just these two, and I can't seem to flip them even though I've helped them out a lot.
Senti? No.
No.
Welcome back. Well, nice to talk.
Ah, Susan, thank you very much for the like. Cheers.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Appreciate you. Oh wait, not just those two. Also, the guy who's the slave. I was gonna vote for him. Poop shoes. I don't know how to solve this. I basically just need to get to that upper cistern somehow.
Be careful who you trust.
It's the only thing I can think of left to do. So we gotta get creative. Oh. That's why we save. Man. I don't know. Guess I never come from this direction. Maybe I can see something. Snickle Fritz. I've got nothing. Look, all I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna start up the... Oh. Hello. Start up the vote and see if I can't get my guy to win.
Lovely to see. Ah.
If not, I mean, I guess the only thing I can think of be to break the golden rule. Go back in time and try to convince people again.
A new fed. Oh my. That is. Let's see. If that is it, we don't have much to go on, except the old stories. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with... Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help. So
Nope. It auto-saved, but you never trust an autosave.
Ave. It'll be between senti. Why do you ask? As I said. Well, very... Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
I imagine this is going to shake out. Sentia staying as the magistrate, and I just don't want that. So let's see what we gotta do. So far, these three fuckboys aren't gonna vote with me. This one guy is. He's not gonna vote with me, and he is. So it's 2-4. Shit. Hey, what up, Uncanny? How are you doing, buddy? Cheers.
Dispense with ballots, and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
Cynthius?
Ulpius?
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Ah, he flipped sides for me.
Citizens, you have made your decision.
He voted for Malleolus.
The magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
Oh, I did it! He voted for a guy who's not even in this.
Make a brief address.
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have... Nothing really. It won't be long before the Golden Rule is broken. I dare say it won't affect me. Thank you.
Galerius, come back, you owe me.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You can have my... And maybe you can help me find... My friend Hannibal used to look after me. But before that, he gave me a key to the cisterns. Please help me find it. Oh, thank you. Hope you find it. Oh, look.
Maybe it is treasure. I can see it from and it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants it.
Hey, I got all four of the plaques. Where's he going? I don't feel like that one quest. I mean, maybe we should do something with it where we accuse somebody of going to break the golden rule. But, that just feels like a meaningless task. Because there's no one who's going to break it, yet everyone has the possibility of breaking it.
Salve.
I will let you out, but I need to explore first. Oh, almost fell there.
Who are you?
That means the original magistrate, Cynthius, is real suspect.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
You have to help me save before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla.
I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping, he wants to keep us all here forever. Or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and here's the... I'm going to take that key from around. I'm done caring about the golden rule. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? What? No. You can't just leave me. I hate you. I spit on...
I don't know why the golden rule just got broke. I don't know what I did. I don't know what anyone did. Okay.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So just talking to her is triggering it.
Before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out. He wants to... Behind the... I don't know. I'm... Don't... Oh, thank you. Now follow... Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change it. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention, but I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps he was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised, and because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little... And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life. The next time I awoke, you showed up. But I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 6? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless.
I wonder if it's actually been 6.
In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took,
the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, by reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all. I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
She just combusts into flames?
I have his key. I can open the gate. Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
So that's one of the possible endings. Let's try some of the other endings before we sign off here.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was... Well, here I am. I'm sorry. Really? I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking... It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared. What? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look... I've spent a lifetime in this place This is... So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't... I guess you saved my life then, as well as help. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else... You go on it.
You're back! But... Ah, what a relief. Thank you. Why don't you tell me what you just...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Carol, if you like. I am sorry I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has all... Usually, when most souls, ask yourself honestly. As you made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, you were seen inspecting it. And soon after, the shopkeeper who had given you the coin saw you both fought bravely, but there was nothing you or your... He died instantly at the scene. That man's name was Al Wur. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Caron's. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths. Well, those stories contain. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died, that is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible. I am just his servant. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, there is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never...
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten... And there was a tablet describing an event Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help... My new friend here, I know how crazy...
Maybe not that crazy. That...
How could you...
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across... I think she meant for... Here.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Cynthia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is...
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat?
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick, and then we'll try to do some of the other endings, because I'm right at the end. I think it'd be easy to do them all, so BRB. Okay, so again, I don't think it would take too long to do all the other endings. Maybe to the top of the hour.
You. no use. You'll never persuade him of anything.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
You're making a mistake.
So I suppose I follow him through and I try to talk to him about it, and that'll be one of the endings, and that makes also sense why these zip lines are here. Now, this is crazy, but I'm gonna see if I can't get that treasure. Oh, just move. Okay, I can't get it. He's got no items. He's supposed to have the key on his neck.
Salve. What? That's a big ask. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
All weapons are to be tossed into the
So
chasm.
getting all the people out
Magistrate's
must be like ending 4. Let's see if he remembers me enough to talk to me.
We're finally alone. A curious name. Now, you broke it. You just wanted... What? Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now... Thank you. I'll be...
Oh, don't mind me. Oh. Oh. What? Really? I swear. But it's odd. It was only a few months. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Yeah, so he's probably going to be able, I would think, to get all the good people out. But I'd say there's got to be a big chunk of the douchier people that aren't gonna follow us up here.
You. Juno. We. What? God, am I going. How did you know? Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
This time we're gonna save everybody. Cheers.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going. You'd have... And better to... So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods.
This has to be
Can
the
you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
the top ending, probably.
Do you really think you can take... Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
And she has the power of Insta-Flame.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Nice. I assume one of the endings is just telling that guy that someone's gonna break the golden rule.
Hi there. Well, really? Oh God, I guess.
There's a good portion of this I can just skip through. We just did it. So if you are curious about any of the conversation, you missed it. Just play it back after the stream's over. Started at like 2:55. Somewhere around there. This part we'll listen to because this is going to be a little different.
You're back. But, why don't... Really? Ow! It's so...
Kind of lost track of time in there. And there was a tablet describing, supposedly, my new friend. I know how...
Maybe not that...
How could you...
She left a tablet. I think here.
Oh, so that just skips the whole fact that...
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this. But Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius...
She shows that she's a
will
god.
never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take this gift you've given us, and try to show others the same compassion you showed us. We promise you that saving our lives...
Sounds like you meant a lot to her.
Oh,
I'd
man.
love to hear your story.
Oh.
But first, you two look exhausted.
They died trying
Why
to
don't
save
you hop in my
Dooley,
boat
so...
and rest while I...
Sounds good to me.
And you?
I have to... Okay. So ending 4 has to be saving them all, which means somehow getting Dooley out. And alarming them that this is going to happen. That one seems like that'll be a little tougher.
So? Oh. Yulia. Poor. All right, let me. What? Are you? I'll go.
Okay. So that takes care of...
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the draw.
quite a lot of them. I think.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Who I'd be missing. I should just, it'd be fun to follow him around and just see him doing all my tasks. Sorry, I've got to run. Just go there. Okay, bye. Damn, he hauls ass. He's faster than me.
Salve.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you this silphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're
I forgot to save everybody in my
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
hurry to get out of here.
How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly. Another moment now.
And that would be the assassin dying.
Can't stay. Places to be.
Alright, Galerius, you're standing around a little bit too much. Let's haul it.
Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need.
It's really nice that
I just wanted
this
to give you
Galerius
this
guy
willow
is
bark
there to
help
just
you treat it.
instantly believe you and do all of your tasks for you.
Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone.
So anything to make him win the election, I pretty much just need...
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
To pay off that one guy. Oh, sorry, let me unlock the doors for you.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Idius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this, dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded.
Yes, that
That
ought
ought
to
to
do
do
it.
it.
I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
So many tasks. So many people will die if we don't go through this long, erroneous list of
News,
thingamajigs.
Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
Citizen.
Now Malleolus is going to...
A golden bow.
Wait.
Just like
Why do you
Apollo
look
and
so
Diana.
happy?
We're free.
This is what speedrunning looks like, I
Malleolus
guess.
released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I hope they don't notice that I'm spying on them.
Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Don't believe a word they tell you. All right.
Whatever's in that grate. Hello there. Wow. Now you talk. Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you? All right, all right. Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I suppose you're right. Here's your month now. What? But I already knew that. I can't take that golden bow because you promised to tell me where I could... What is this? Don't even talk to me. Don't even talk to me.
Oh boy, I don't know if I can win the election now that I screwed him over.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already... You're... Anyway, so I'll tell you what. Oh, and I'm in... Oh. Now, oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy...
Okay, so he's gonna run. If he runs, Dooley gets freed, and they don't have to spend any time and die trying to save him. I just made a boatload of cash screwing that guy over because he has screwed me over so many times. I'm just curious what achievements there still are. 10 times. Confront the creator of the golden rule. Finish the game without looping through time once. Reach the best ending with the smallest number of loops. Topple 10 peeled statues by kicking others into them. No, come on, how have I not done that? Talk your way through every possible confrontation. Read 10 different graffiti. Lie 10 times. Oh, I don't want to talk to you.
Ah, I hear. Nice to.
I just want to read this. I thought she said that the election was starting.
Isn't the great temple? It'll be. Why do...
Okay, hopefully we can still win now that I screwed what's his name out. Otherwise I'll have to do this again.
Our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
I thought there'd be an achievement for collecting a certain amount of gold. Because if that was the case, you could just steal your way and keep going through the time portal. I gotta be honest, this game, surprisingly amazing. I love the concept. I love where it goes, the mystery. I mean, everything. For 3 people working on this game and that being it, other than voice acting, shockingly good. Give it like an 8 out of 10. And it's not long either, so it's not like a super big time suck. But it's not that short.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperius,
Sentius, Galerius, maybe Sentius, Galerius, Menelaus, or whatever, Manius, Octavius,
and candidates will abstain from
Octilianus.
Let's make this as I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
And also how things change every time you go through the time loop and you've completed a task.
He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius,
Sentius.
Virgil,
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius,
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius,
The man who treated my rheumatism.
So Galerius just wins in a landslide when he takes credit for all the good that you've done.
Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
What?
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
He's just blown away.
I just want to say, this isn't something
The
I
day
ever wanted.
just started.
Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
And I really don't think there's anyone else I can save. I think everyone else is filth.
It gladdens my heart that Galerius set poor Dooley free.
Although I gotta say, the loophole thing that we pulled on him,
But Galerius won. He deserved it.
taking $5 grand from him in exchange for the possibility that we would give him a bow or tell him where to find a
Sorry
bow.
it took so long, my friend.
Genius.
And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. so be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley. Salve, friend. Now. Well, in the mean. Well. Or. Well, but. Oh.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What happened?
Save yourselves!
I'm so very confused. I was trying to alarm him to the fact that this is gonna happen and you need to save everybody.
Salve, friend. What? That's...
Okay, I'm quite confused. So what I'm gonna do is what's possibly ending one. And I'm gonna confront the god. Then I might need to look up what ending 4 is. Because I'm super confused as to how we don't have ending 4 with everything I just did. It takes like 10-15 minutes to get to that point too.
What? All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpia.
Well, if no, I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Okay, so that wasn't supposed to happen.
based on who it is. I gotta say the right name. Which was just basically going further back in time. Oops. Holy crap. This is friggin' Alien. Holy shit.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended, but there will be time for your reckoning. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be... It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. Just as you might. But despite all that, there are rules even I. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow. While No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your company. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of... Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces. Go Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous... You will talk more later. As you will. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence. Yet Persephone saw raw potential in you and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention, and so we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law. For a time, you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion. And soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimagined. But my Persephone could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend and so she began her inescapable. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation, in a deep frozen sleep, to prevent age and sickness. And then I pleaded with Persephone's father, who the Romans call Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to but he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium. note, but seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interference. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my... And here I am, after all this. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, and of course, as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former life. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined, of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, after another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, to ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects would... To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually, later when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as... Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroyed, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his... But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of... His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. And in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each... Of course. That is merely the name your people have given to it. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumer... Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife. Prestigious. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage, draped herself in jewelry. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, while the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman, she checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the... But I was watching. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from him, and I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what... But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her... So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, and to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing... And so you ask if I am the one you destroy yourselves. I am merely the meat. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my... As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic. This should come as no surprise to you, since the Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with "do to the doer" to make him. The Greeks refined it with "avoid doing what you would blame others." The Roman Stoics added, "treat your inferior as you would wish your superior." Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, it is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able. For you, perhaps. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Then what an odd... Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Ah, yes. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others. However, therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide... Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. The literal interpretation helps to minimize the Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Then your desire to be right out, you will make a Do you wi- How dare you threaten her? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Do I have a crown? My God. It's like gods of Egypt. They literally have like a spaceship.
And here. Do you plan to... abduction? You mean the Majesty? He did so because she sought to escape. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out. Now tell me. Ah, yeah, taking the blind. Now tell me. Do you honestly think you... I should strike you down for... Now, did you have... Do you... Ah. I... Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind. Supposing you're right, then my law's been broken. Now tell... You speak of the moneylender, and he would never... I see. I fail to see how your system of loans is significant. Now tell me. The midwife and the palace, yes. How is... The rule is, they are forsaken. What happens to them? Applying. Then you're just... You will...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh my god, they're standing directly in my way. Ah! Bob and weave, bob and weave. Maybe this is the best ending. I assume it is because it says do go through time as little as possible in one of the achievements, right? So if you were going to go back and forth through time as little as possible, you would have to do this. I mean, the other ways you don't have to do it at all. It would be difficult, sure, but possible to escape in one. So, okay, the god clearly knows what I'm up to. So why doesn't he stop me?
Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone.
Fabian, listen.
Troublemaker coming into the city.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome. I was indeed, but we've never met before, have we? Oh, that's a relief. For a moment, I I assume you're asking me this as some kind of amusing hypothetical? Extraordinary. Then let me see if I can help you. I suppose first I'd want to gather information. I'd want to know about his reasons for imposing the Golden Rule and what he considered. If I could expose some internal inconsistency in his reasoning, some degree of hypocrisy. But as a philosopher, the saddest truth I ever learned is that all but the most enlightened opponents are more easily... So the easiest path would be to find his emotional susceptibility and exploit it. If he was vain, I might... As a last resort, I might figure out what he fears losing above all else, and if I could, threaten... Now, go quickly while my word...
So basically, he's just saying, while I could potentially try to convince him of a flaw in the Golden Rule and make him reverse it based on that, it's not super likely because I already tried that. And maybe there is a way that I just didn't do, an option I didn't pick. But ultimately, showing him Persephone's crown and just being like, hey, so I killed her once, I could kill her again, and this time it would be legit. So
don't believe
the choice is yours. Get rid of the rule, give up, quit, or she straight up dies right now. God, I have so many saves.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have no, but the one, and I am first. That is merely the name. That is a story. If she was still... Good. Only, it has long been within my power to see to that. When I peer into you, I see only a blank slate. Caron, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
You would have us believe that my servant... That's Caron. Does this mortal speak the truth?
Perhaps.
I will, but as long as your past remains shrouded in mystery, why have you come? If you anger me or waste my... So, tell me.
He cannot know.
I see what you're doing. You were trying... Liar! How dare you come into my... You will make a... How... The many shall
suffer.
But I already have her crown, don't I?
For the sins of the One.
Did you just snort that? Let's try that again. So... What? I had the crown.
And
If that...
how did you come to be? I do not know. My kin departed long ago. Tread lightly. Enough of this. Why have you... So, that is a very serious accusation, mortal. I am well aware of the story told by the Greek. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying. And it was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did. Accordingly, every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure. They failed collectively, and so they were punished. Ah, but I'm a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect... Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their... Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection? I warned you, you will make a... How...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the One.
Okay, maybe I didn't have a crown before. I don't know. I didn't pick it up, but I swear I saw it in my inventory. Okay, I better have the crown this time.
All right.
I have it this time, right? Okay. Surprised I still haven't gone through the portal 10 times. Maybe not in a single playthrough because I've had to load. Man, it's getting late. Maybe I can't escape with everybody. So maybe the number one option is me just escaping on my own. I'll have to just maybe look that up after this option's over. Because this one literally saves everybody by forcing him to break the rule.
And here, I would recognize that anywhere. And yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? You despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium, humiliated and alone. Perhaps you are cleverer than you appear, mortal. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to... This has gone on too long. It's time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she... Because despicable creatures like you have no... The best I can do is... I will have Canon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you... Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place. What will become of you is difficult to predict. But that is the... Now... You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Whoa.
Oh. Hi there. Give me... Well... Know who you are. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to... Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here. And living... They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god... Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished, an oracle appeared, said barely a word, and entered the temple of the mysterious god, this one here, and demanded... And the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must
Yeah,
be more
I guess I
persuasive than
just
Odysseus.
showed up
Because
and
the
didn't
next
say
thing
anything
he
to
knew,
anyone.
The ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terror... What? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct.
So I suppose there's a way for me to challenge him with words to end it and not just threaten him.
You're back! Oh, why don't you tell...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call... A wise... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now! Al!
Hey, you made it. It's great to see. After everything you've been through. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research and I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. Why don't you head on down there?
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to... So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. I'm just teasing. Actually, Galerius and I are engaged, and it feels like the world has just opened up. We're just so Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's See you...
It's like the end of Lost.
You're finally here. It even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation. I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the under... I know! I can't believe we're planning to get married next spring. Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for two. It's hard work, but I sleep sound. Of course.
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice and a big help. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about it. Bye-bye.
It's you.
You are here. Lucy is fine. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months... Speaking of which, I wanted to say... I'm studying to get into medical school. When it ended, I realized... Oh, she didn't make it. She died from poison while you were in the Great Temple. It wasn't your fault, did... You too.
Oh my god, so I could have saved more
Hey.
people yet.
Evening.
I take it you're... I'm not sure if you heard. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. But he's been dealt with. He's... anything I want. Of course, I'm most... He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Eternal... You...
The hermit philosopher made it out.
I take it you're the oracle we have. I never thought I'd leave that cave.
Geez, so that's another way to end it.
And now I'm
Is doing what I just did by having actually talked to everybody before I did it.
And I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University. Not that I need the money, but my...
Good evening.
Hello there.
Some soiree, innit? Hello at last.
Gotta talk to him.
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. Whatever you did in that temple made me such a Serbit. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in this. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the oracle and futures, I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your... Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same. Of course.
What is up?
What is up?
Hello.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got... I'm living by myself on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's something Ulpius and I used to talk about doing when we... But it's been... hard. Oh, it's hardly your fault. Thanks.
Okay, so there's just so many fucking ways to beat this game.
There you are.
I guess I was in over my head when I decided to
Now,
start
there's
doing
one
them
more
tonight.
person I wanted to introduce you to.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving from... Allow me to introduce myself. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. I wanted to meet you in person. And then... I hate to think what would have happened to us without... I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she wouldn't say what it was. But I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each god, I was able to control their tongues. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. They were only ever brief. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of this. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. Indeed, And you. Oh, and one last thing. Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld in return, none came close to achieving what you did.
You're welcome.
Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Okay, well, I have gone an hour and a half longer than I wanted to because I thought that these would be quick, fast, and easy to do. I thought four would be easy. I already did 2 in no time. So, well, that's the canon ending. I mean, maybe you would have been able to save everyone's lives, too. So, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I'll start off with just kind of wrapping up some of the other endings. Saving everybody. Talking our way out of it instead of threatening Pluto. Whatever ending 1 is. Just try some of the other things. Or maybe I won't. I don't know. I got a few other games to play yet, and I don't know if I really need to go through all those other endings. As long as we know that one, That was the cool ending, and that, well, we could have saved everybody if we just, instead of telling what's his name that we were busy, told him to save everyone quick and then left. Interesting that there's just so many ways to end it. I love it. It was amazing. So anyway, it was a very slow night despite the fact that we went so long. So thank you, Sadie, for the like and the share, Kayla for the like, oh, it's Sadie for the 50 stars, Sam for the like and share, Levon for the like, Susan and Uncanny for the like. Appreciate all of you guys. The question tonight was, what was the first animal to go into orbit? Was it a human, monkey, dog, or cat? Nobody voted for human, as that is the correct answer. 17% said cat. 67% said monkey. All of those are incorrect. It was, in fact, a dog. I'm surprised only 17% got that correct. The Russians shot a dog up in Sputnik, and that was the first animal in space. First thing from the planet that was in space. So, while still being alive. I don't know if we ever shot anything dead up there. So, yeah, that was tonight's answer. That was it. We had a fun time. It was a good night. Hope you guys all had as good a time as I did with this game. And as I continue to think about it, I'm probably not going to go back and play this again tomorrow. It would seem like a waste to just start it off and do a couple of different endings when they're just going to be small iterations differently. Maybe if ending one is slightly different, we could do that. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll be back on tomorrow, 6 to 9 Central Standard Time. I hope you guys enjoyed the extra long episode today. So yeah, we'll see you then. Stay fresh, cheese bags.